Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
Every time I restart my computer, or I'm forced to restart it because of Windows update bullshit. Couldn't even put it into sleep mode last night. For some reason it resets my mic. Great. Like, what is it? Is it Is Re something?
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
I'm reporting you
Now
for
that you
that
mention
offensive word.
I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there.
Nice.
Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion?
I talk to everybody
You seem
again.
a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Zest. I'll show you some fucking zest. Pretty sparse, man. My livestock.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pot. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Whoa.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that'd mean you were inside for 300 years?
I wonder if it smells like
Yes,
shit.
it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And
That's
the one
great.
who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there,
Oh. The Good Life's gonna be on. Gonna be on Game Pass, apparently. Well, that was announced 3 years ago, so we'll see if it still is. We'll find out if it's good. Actually, we'll play it then.
I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Kisara. Okay, right before this, we had a talk to everyone section that was like an hour too long.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renin technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
It just ain't natural, man. We're not supposed to be flying in space. It's not allowed. Should have talked to Shion already.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though. You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
I'm done. Okay, I have to talk. I
We'll
love
be going
you.
to Lenegus soon.
This must
Yeah.
feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegus like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Does anybody
What?
like hang out on their homeworld? I only hear about Lenegus.
Let's just say I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse.
That's great.
Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for...
Okay. So, I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting tired of the fucking ethical monologue. I'm saying it. This is exactly what I said in the beginning. I was like, I think there's a little too many like monologues about ethics and the philosophy of all this shit. It's not even friendship. I would at this point I feel like some more like toned down, like just less words, just more strong, just like bond friendship shit would be better. They kind of just keep going, man. I mean, we've already heard this like 1,000 times. Not even the last few conversations. It's like, it's just very wordy. And these like speeches and shit are fine in the right time, at the right place, but they're so often thrown in. It's like that is what the dialogue is, right? That at this point you're like I said what's going to happen in the beginning, you're going to like get too used to it, and it's going to be like repetitive, and they're not going to hit. Now it's like, I'm tired of hearing about it. Especially since we're flying to the moon right now, you want to know what's going on there. But they're like padding it out with the fucking another couple monologues. What's up, Rydlos? Like, I appreciate that they're trying to like get into some deeper topics and discuss the more gray morality of some of this stuff. But I think it's sometimes really heavy-handed. I said too wordy, too heavy-handed. Like, I don't hate the characters. I think they're fine. I don't hate the story either, but there's definitely times like this where I think maybe toning this kind of dialogue down, adding in some more like short and to the sweet bits to make these monologues feel good would be nice. And then throughout the story, maybe having a few more things that don't have to do with the main story would be strong to build the characters that way. Like, we get it, Alphen he's wise, he's got his justice and all that, but he just like, everybody just, like, imagine this in reality, right? Where everybody just randomly starts spouting off, like, kind of like what I'm doing right now, but a little more pretentious. Where they just start spouting off for like 20 minutes, their worldviews, like, this is totally right, and it's just back and forth, every conversation, right? And it'll get tiring, so.
Losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
Like, it's real poetic and romantic, and oh, it's artful, you know. Look at the true nature of our struggle. I see it now, you know. Like, there's nothing wrong with any of the lines. It's just the frequency, man.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this together.
Like, I know they have to be pretty hopeful because they're trying to, like, essentially just get past, somehow, like, make a race that's been enslaved for 300 years get over it, and the people who enslave them also get over it, so there's gonna have to be a lot of idealistic morality conversations, but I don't know. I'm not saying I want it to be more typical JRPG, like, you know, we gotta kill God type of shit, but I do think there's something to be said about keeping it, at times, knowing when to keep it more simple. I don't know if I'm the only one who's been playing this that maybe thinks that. I'll be curious to see what people think of the story. Like I said, I don't think it's bad. I mean, I quite like the game, and I think the characters in the story are fine, but I think stuff like what I was just talking about definitely hinders more than it helps. No matter how deep or serious they're trying to be, I mean, there's still the quality to think about, not just the message. And at this point, this is like 2 hours or something without like a single ounce of gameplay. Which, I mean, whatever, you know, if the story there is good, then that's fine. It's not a big deal, but if you're just repeating the same idealistic bullshit on our trip to the moon, right? You know, yeah, maybe you could realize that maybe people want to like cut to the chase a little bit, you know. Anyways,
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
more interested in the specifics now, really.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we
We've been super ethical and idealistic the entire game up and now. I'd kind of rather switch gears on
down
it.
there?
Kisara has a point.
We got the friendship
Now
thing
that I
going.
think of
We're
it,
good.
I don't know the first thing about Lenegus.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegus was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danon. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being
What
stolen
about
from us
Rena
in
or whatever the
Collegiate.
planet, man?
If the Renis Alma
That
is being
matter at
used
all?
to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all
Surely,
costs.
when we get there, it'll have some
That red
point.
woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
So, wouldn't they know we're coming? Are we just landing somewhere the autopilot lets us land? I mean, unless we're landing in some crazy place. We just land right in one of the docking bays. Like, what's up? Well, maybe everybody will be alive here. And they're gonna have some NPCs. And again, they could be baiting us, and it's gonna be everybody's dead. My God.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
I highly doubt.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
Even if they weren't here, Lenegis just shot a gigantic fucking like siphon into the fucking world, man. I think there's enough reasons to be here.
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more.
Dolim's like the only
The Renis Alma
person
might
with a
be in the same
fucking
place as last time,
brain in here.
possibly together with the Red Woman.
And that's why his dialogue's refreshing, is while he does get into some of that idealistic, ethical bullshit, most of the time he's just talking like specific, and he's like making up theories and stuff. That's kind of fresh.
Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
The Forbidden Zone.
Beyond...
How many skits await?
On that wall lies a city full of Renins.
One.
The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renins actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Only one. Shocking. Okay, you can't go back. Oh, that's nice. You can just warp around still. Just fly back to the planet real quick. Oh, some good vistas, man. Is there gonna be owls on the fucking space station? Where the fuck are the owls? There's like a side quest with owls. Aye. Oh, jump. Get down here.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
Clearly they don't.
I would think
care.
the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
No, it's
Avakir, I'm glad to
Dohal.
see you're well.
Dohalo.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know
an old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
There was me.
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without
Fuck off,
warning, and
nerd.
now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
The
Avakir,
Soviet.
listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my
It's
own home,
Dohalim hours, dude.
let alone the Forbidden Zone.
That's how we
Very
like
well.
it here.
It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you.
Doe.
And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
Mr. Doe. Do-re-mi. Dohalim arc, dude. Kisar gonna comfort him and shit.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegus
Fucking
are being
law,
kept
dude.
in the dark about what's happening down on
Yes,
Dana.
law.
They seem to be just
Who's
as
that?
clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find
I'm gonna
out.
be like, darn.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think
More
that's for the best.
Dohalim.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegus has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
Beast. Time for a skit.
Dad.
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process.
Summoning
just
an evil god, I'm sure.
Unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Clearly not.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't
We're
know
going
what
to
their end
destroy
game is.
Lenegus.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
But first, another skip.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegus was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegus was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion.
Oh, I
I'm sure
sure
we will.
hope so. Up, you old fuck.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zoogles have stopped heeding our commands.
The Zoogle.
Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
It's over, dude.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
It's smart that they just keep playing, or at least he keeps playing it up. Instead of fucking unnecessarily. Oh, look how contest is bullshit. Like re-explaining it to like everybody. Oh, you've turned me young again. How could
Everything will
this
be
happen?
okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
For that matter. Check button. Huh. Missed that. Wait a sec. Or did I? I already have it. I was looking for the sashimi recipe because if you make sashimi with Dohalim, he gets a new title. But I thought I had all the recipes up to now, but I think they like add one to this area randomly after you get Shion back, which is annoying because like I'm not gonna re-explore every zone. So there's like an NPC to heal around here.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
What the hell? New skip.
I never thought about this until now, Alphen, but doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time? You feel heat and cold again, don't you?
Admittedly, yeah. It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts to itch?
Oh, you bet. Plus, my shoulders get stiff wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like she manages all right with her armor.
Armor takes a strong body.
No, she's not in full armor either. I mean, she's got. I mean, it's about full armor, but there's some spots, man.
And a stout heart.
Spoken like a true guardsman. Not that I really get what you mean.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be.
His is like full coverage.
What do you do when you need to take a leak?
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain, yeah. More things to take off.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time instead?
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as it might be to take it off, it's not worth getting killed over.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a dump. Right, Rinwell?
Are you doing this on purpose?
Like, I mean, she's got like a full back. The thighs aren't armored. I don't think her sides are armored. Under her arms aren't armored. She's got a little bit more breathing room. My dude's like full fucking covered now. It said it was over here. I feel like I would already had this, but... Oh yeah, they just popped up when I got close. I guess I didn't have it because Shion, which is annoying. Makes me wonder if there's other stuff like this. I found hidden quests already. I found a hidden quest earlier with like a high level 50 monster I can't kill. I'm gonna have to see like a list of hidden quests or something, dude. Which is fun. I don't hate hidden quests, but it's like I want to see all the cool stuff. Gladius Rene. Salt shot. Gloria Rene. I thought that said scrotum Rene. What's your scrotum Rene? Dominable Gargantuan, Dark Mane, Rending Titan Fang. Thing is, I can't look up a list of hidden shit right now. That would be bad. That'd spoil everything. I'll have to do it right before the end, or I have like somebody telling me or something.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
I think I get the gist of this now.
Shion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy, but I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that
Yeah,
sound?
we'll see if your AI
I'm sorry
agrees
if I
with you.
sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
There's so many scats.
What? Hey guys, I don't see any of our food anywhere.
What?
I know! The bag we kept it all in has vanished! Some Zoogles must have gotten in behind us and swiped the whole thing while we were fighting.
What? Huh? What are you guys talking about?
This affects you too, you know! We lost all our food, including all those sweets you love so frickin' much!
What? How could this happen? Those sweets are the highlight of my day! Oh, so hungry.
Hunger is like that.
Sweets.
The moment you know there's nothing you can do about it, it becomes that much more unbearable.
Did Dohalim eat it all?
Whoever did this, I swear I'm gonna make them pay for
Put it in
stealing our
like a-
supplies.
Like a fucking stew.
All that's left now is this one lonesome apple.
Law?
What? Hey, don't look at me like that. I picked this apple myself. I'm not just gonna...
Give me that bucket.
Food.
Hand it over.
Stay away! Ah!
Drop your drawers, man.
Hey, I'm back. Huh?
Just
What the
fucking
heck
gonna
happened
murder
here?
Law for this apple.
Only a poignant reminder of how dangerous a food shortage can be in a collective. A serious problem indeed. And one we should all be mindful of.
I see. Does it have anything to do with why you're holding our food supply bag behind your back?
Fucking Dohalim just fucking with them. Testing them. Dohalim works in mysterious ways, man. This is an expensive thing because you need the sea breams. For like how much XP? 8? It's not bad, but I think I can get more.
This looks perfect. Guaranteed to hit the spot. All right, it's done. Apologies for the wait, you guys.
That's a lot of fish you've cut up again, Kisara.
That's because I caught so many earlier. If you're going to eat them, it's best to do it while they're still fresh.
Was it difficult slicing up that many fish?
No, I'm used to it. It's no big deal for me at this point.
I
know
want
I
some
probably
fish.
shouldn't be saying this after all the trouble you went through, but I've never really understood the appeal of sashimi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Law. I didn't realize. I only make it because it's an easy way to deal with big catches when I fish.
You haven't done anything wrong, Kisara. Law, if you don't like the flavor, you're always welcome to add some of my spices to it.
No.
Hey, yeah, that might work. I'll just put some of this here.
What's wrong, Law? I've never seen someone jump up and sprint off that fast.
He ran as soon as he took a bite of that sashimi.
Was he crying because of the taste?
I don't think the sashimi is the problem here, guys.
Oh.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
Could you ever even see
So,
all of
Kisara,
these?
once this fight is all over, I'm guessing you plan on heading back to Vicente?
Yeah. I've seen and learned so much traveling Dano with you all. I want to see those lessons applied back home.
Like, I don't even know if you could. Like, I haven't seen all of hers, and I guarantee we haven't touched some of the others in a while. It's probably one of those things, every new campfire you get like a new one. Or you can go click another one, but Is there gonna be that many more places that can?
Hopefully I can use that knowledge to help reform Menancia even further, so it can be a model to other realms. What about you, Alphen? What's your plan?
That's a good question. I think I would be happy just to be able to put my fighting days behind me and live a calmer, more peaceful life. Granted, all I've ever known is how to swing a sword. I'm not sure that switch will be so easy. Still, as long as I have somewhere to come home to, somewhere with a roof and 4 walls without any holes in them, that'll be good enough for me. It would be a home with enough food to make sure I don't go hungry, and a warm bed at night
And a
so I don't
wife named
freeze.
Shion.
It wouldn't have to be anything fancy.
You've always been modest like that. But you're forgetting something else that makes a home. Family. What if you and Shion...
I'd hate to make this conversation all about me. Is there anything you want for yourself once things are over?
For myself? I've never really thought about it. Well,
A man named Doe.
there is one thing I can think of. I don't know if I should say it, though.
Yeah?
I want a fishing pond.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while now. I love fishing, but it's always been such a process to actually do. You always have to make all these preparations before you go out and fish. It'd be nice to have a place I could visit without that hassle. Dig a pond, fill it with water, and get some fish for it. If I could do that, I wouldn't have to worry about zoogles.
But you're always gonna get the same fish, man. Torturing the fish, man. They're just there for sport. Do you eat them still?
And everyone could use it.
You really do love fishing if you're even thinking
Maybe she
of
wants a
ways
really
to help
big
other
ass
people
pond.
enjoy it.
I do. Just don't tell him I said any of this, okay?
Him? You mean Dohalim? True. If he caught wind of it, it might turn into a way bigger project than it really needs to be.
Not only that, he's still determined to make Vicent's residents happy. But personally, I feel his power would be better put to use elsewhere. So if I ever get around to making my fishing pond, I'd rather do it on my own.
Well, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. I don't know my lures from my rods, but I can definitely help with any manual labor you need.
That's sweet of you to offer. I think I'll take you up on that. And then, with the fish I catch there, I could treat everyone to special home-cooked dinners. I'm getting excited already just thinking about it. I suppose I never realized until this conversation that I had any dreams like that for myself. Thank you, Alphen. Don't worry. Once I finish folding these clothes, I'll go to
A
sleep.
modest dream. Nice. I'm guessing that's if you just go to all areas. Oh, she got a new ability. Havoc thrust. Counter edge. Review.
Rise and shine. We're all...
I feel like we're not gonna just go to Lenegus at this point. We'll see. Can I really not work to Lenegus? I have to work. I have to go to the fucking volcano. You can warp away from Lenegus. Maybe I haven't unlocked a fast travel point.
Almost
No,
ready to
because I
leave.
have fast travel points unlocked in Lenegus. This music reminds me of... Also, the music I feel like has been way too quiet this whole game. Reminds me of Leighton a bit. Maybe we don't have a warp yet. For some reason I thought we did. Why I left.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
Halo? Yeah, I guess Halo had a few, especially in ODST, I think. No, maybe I think I Reach. That had some like heavy string bits.
All red, eh? No, I can't say I
Like
remember
this.
anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Be a dick. Dick bag McGee.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower
Daren't.
caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renin, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Donkey.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
Of God's
The
plan.
Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
From Rena.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually...
I got they're asking this now. I was wondering if there was some kind of gigantic mindfuck going on. Because, like, both of them were not even able to see the chick in red the entire game. Even though she's been in every dungeon or every lord place. I was also like wondering what in the fuck, like they never talk about the Ren and homeworld.
You made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I.
Always Lenegis.
In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct.
They're super mind controlled, man. Nobody's ever fucking thought about the homeworld before here.
It's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away?
Why not? I got the
What
tech.
if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
Or he won it in the past.
I can't say for sure, but it certainly
Did they
sounds like
confirm
it.
that happened or not?
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Let's go find it. Okay, found
I
it.
didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own...
Even so,
Oh,
the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited.
I
I
could
used to think it was impossible
read the
to build
subs
an
and move
ideal
on, but
society without
we'll
wealth.
just let it rock.
But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say
We
anything
still
for
need
sure.
to stop
For all we
Lenegus.
know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do.
The
It's
Bishop
called
powers.
friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and
Don't
say
want
it.
to get destroyed.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Oh, and 2 feet later, dude, another cutscene. Hey, it's
Nobody
that
left to
exit.
run the show. I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
You don't get this often, like an actual, like, voiced cutscene, just walking around like this.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegus now. Balsif, Cannabelt,
Balsif.
Almadria, and Volron.
Yeah, I'm sure they wouldn't think a whole lot.
Now that I think of it,
Their
aside
households.
from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegus. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Quest. I guess we'll be doing that either way. Lord Balsaf.
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Balsac was an asshole. I don't give a fuck. She's in the fan club. Imagine fucking doing this and the guy's just staring at you. They're just both staring at you like this, just stone cold, man. He crosses his arms, dude. Jesus.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
What the hell? Is she not saying anything back to him? It's like she's talking, but she's not. Oh, Annabelle.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We killed them. I hope we killed them.
Ganabel was
Damn,
so
Renan
horrible
scum.
to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Annabelle also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
He was an asshole. But of course that guy's gonna butter him up all nice, man. Oh, he cares about... I mean, he's like sitting there talking about colonizing fucking Dana and all this and that. I'm like, dude. Like, it sounds real cute in a sentence, but what does that entail? Like eradicate everybody. Oh, our minority status. Like, yeah, dude. You really got it rough on Dana, dude. Like, I don't get, like, of course, the fucking bad guys had some kind of, like,
This area doesn't look at...
some other part to them, right? Some other thing they did. You know, more human side, but
It's badly damaged.
everyone does. Who gives a fuck? If you're a total shitbag, 99% of the time, it doesn't matter if you got
Indeed, the effects of
little
Lenegis'
humanity in
transformation
you.
appeared.
Pardon me.
She removed him. So she's an opportunistic traitor? Asshole? Yeah, that's great. She's good at what she does, which is being a ruthless shitbag.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird when they're trying to like say that the bad guys had a, you know, some humanity to them or something. I guess they're not saying it too much, but like when at the end of the day, most of the Renan, like even just society is like morally bankrupt and just like naturally oppresses like everybody, not just the Danans.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing.
Yeah, it brings them together to create insane discrimination.
Nothing
Man.
exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Please.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
So, the question is, them both all being like human beings, was there like some time period where they were like all hanging out together? They cut from the same cloth? They can't be two completely alien and like races to each other. They just both happen to be the exact same kind of humans. Minus some affinities for magic and eyeballs. I mean, it might just be convenience for the story, but I might get into it, we'll see.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Mildras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Skit. No skit. Fuck. Where's my fucking skit? Yeah.
Doe?
Doe.
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already.
What a bitch.
Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
He is an idiot. He's like, hey, you can kill me. He's like, you're a coward.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne.
It didn't look like he wanted to do it willingly.
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Mr. I blame myself for a bunch of shit that's not really actually his fault. A classic. When her brother was like, I'm really fucking evil and I'm gonna fucking kill you, and then he like kills him in self-defense, and because they're forced to fight each other for the crown or the lordship. It's like, yeah, dude, he was really Cold-blooded, man. Like, what did she want? Him to fucking roll over and just let him kill him, dude? You should have died instead of my brother. Like, go suck a fucking fat one, dude. Go jump off your starship here. Tofu just sitting there. Space tofu.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints
We live
and choosing your friends based solely on affection
in a
is
society.
something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
So Kisara goes and spanks that other chick into the fucking void. But looks like she's already getting some business. But the lady in red.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
And of course the other friend,
Alphen.
spying on him.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me,
Better.
they'll likely offer their assistance.
Hey man. Got any death sticks? How much money I got in just armor sitting around? Imagine probably like 100,000. I still have not messed with this system. I just don't know why I haven't. I think it's because, like, while some of these are good, they're not, like, crazy. I mean, some of them are pretty big. Some of the attack ones. But like, some of them are just so much more, like, minus 50%, you know, of some element. I don't know, you know, all these bosses that go really hard in the elements, it's hard to, like, want to make some kind of god charm when, like, I know I'm going to be just swapping off it anyways for some other thing. Maybe if I was, like, on hard and I really needed to optimize, I don't know. It's also one of those deals where it's like, this is like a higher rank one, so that lets you use like 60 attacks. See, I mean, okay, so there's some shit on here. Yeah. Man, 60 attack, pretty good. Like dark damage, freeze resistance. You can't like make everything perfect. I feel like it would take so long to like combine everything up. And that's another thing too, is you're always gonna like replace these with something better. Quite possibly. Like half AG chance is not that big a deal. It's not bad, but it's not huge. But this can only go up to like 3 stars. I'm just like, I don't know. I also don't feel like just messing with it that long. Like Jesus, the lucky bangle can go up to 5. Decreased aggro, large. Isn't bad. But I don't want item drop rate up, right? See, like, I'd be down for CP cost minus 10%. What even else, like... Like, which of these allows for the 5-star ones? Other than the lucky bangle. The buff bangle. But this doesn't even give the same shit. More damage for each enemy on the field. I mean, these are pretty good. I don't care about water damage. I just make one anyways. See, the thing is, like, killing an enemy or whatever is not a big deal. Once again. Because a lot of fights are just big bosses, right, that are hard. One dude. I feel like I'm sleeping on a system that's probably got some pretty big buffs. But like, I imagine there's a way to like swap everything around. I mean, they said, I mean, you could transfer skills, so. It's weird, this one you can use some of these 5 ones. These others you can't. The physical one here I can only use like these really low ones. Let me try just making something really small and shitty and see how the transfer system works. Also, it's kind of like a randomized system. And they have to be max level to even transfer anything. What if I max this one out? And it has to replace it. So you would make one with the skill you want, but it has to have the slots too, which means you have to start it with like a 5, right? Then you'd move in the other shit you want. know what resistance it does. Like there's like an attack 60, which I mean, yeah, it's pretty fucking juicy. Fire damage, that wouldn't be bad on our main guy. Can you only transfer one thing? Like what if I want to create an attack 15% with 4 slots? Do I have to just wait to get something later? Like, kind of the deal, I'm just like... Do I still have that? Oh, I transferred it like off of it or something. Maybe. I don't know, whatever. I just don't even care that much. It's not necessary. The system's kind of like it's not bad. I mean, you get good stuff from it. The defensive ones most of, but the kind of like random nature of it, like having to just keep like upgrading some to go grab perks from other ones, it kind of reminds me of like a Diablo type of thing. Not being able to like create kind of like a really godly thing. Like, I don't know, I feel like it's like if I'm gonna mess with it, I want to be able to just make something like that'll always be solid. I don't know if you can transfer all of the skills from it, maybe you can. You could just keep upgrading it over time. I might just be like, I should go a little harder on it.
Never be too prepared.
I think a lot of it's just that the defensive, situational defensive ones are just kind of... I have so many things. The 15% never gets better, the other ones do. Yeah, I don't know. If situational stuff wasn't so useful and something more general would be okay, like maybe I'd be more okay with it. Like, I mean, yeah, physical minus 20%, like I would maybe make one with that, but I can only do these 3, right? Or these small ones, which, you know, not a big deal at the end of the day. This one, yeah, I got 3 slots, but I mean the best is 5, right? So like, why not just wait till I can do a 5 one? You just have to keep creating like new, fully finished ones to like replace your shitty skills. Like maybe by the end you can do the attack ones with 4 slots is the idea. Like an elemental attack with... I wonder if you could pick more than 1 skill at a time. Like if I could create another elemental attack one with like another full skill. Now it's like I kind of want to know. Let's try this. Level 3 to even get the other ones. I mean, it already costs like so many fucking rocks. just testing stuff. I guess I should be saving and reloading it. Let's level up this warrior one too. We gotta level up this one. Some of these are also used for like other shit. I guess these are just the really basic ones. Well, I feel like I should save a couple, but whatever. So even just testing stuff, I'm going through like a lot of mats. I guess you would like maybe in the long run. You can only take one skill. Yeah, that other one's just gone now, right? So you would create something. See, that's the thing is like you'd want to create something with like why? So if you had something with 4 slots, right? But you wanted something with 5, you'd have to just give up everything you put into that 4 slot, wouldn't you? Because it could only take 1 from it to something else. So why not just wait around until you get a 5 slot with a base that you like? Like, you know, maybe I want a base of elemental, you know, but I want 5, so I gotta wait till I get like what, like a 5 ore, on attack. Like I don't know, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's like bad, but I don't know. I just don't feel like messing with it. Maybe if it was a little bit more like annoying, like the combat or something, or like I really needed a squeeze at the cost of all that stuff, like more shit, but the thing is, like, even your low-level stuff can be useful because you just are taking perks from it. So to waste everything on something that's going to be completely removed at some point is kind of bizarre.
This is amazing.
You always get excited when you find something.
What does she want for her skill again? Like create like a mystic crest? I don't know how to make that.
Good.
We should hurry and get this stuff processed.
Even any reason to rest right now? I guess I could do it for shits. At the end of the day, it's like, yes, the new skills you can get are good, but the base ones, I feel like, I don't know, I mean, I guess the new ones you could get might be as good as the base ones in the long run, especially upgraded. Seems like it would take a lot of maths, though, if you wanted to make like a god one. I'd be willing to get into it once I could do, like, reliably get a 5-star, or a 4-slotter with a good base.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
We haven't had a fight in like
Well, so much for them.
4 hours of gameplay.
I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. I come! No escape! No further! This one's all mine! Soaring light spear! Commander of Heaven! Now! Lunar Rondo! Its armor's too strong! Then let's split it open! Be my guest! Force blast!
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! No! Glacial spear!
It takes too long to fucking do.
I'll be safe.
Soaring wind! Soaring light spear!
Not on my watch.
I owe you one. Hit down! My steel dragon sword! Prepare to be seized! Dragon blade! In an instant! Impact clock!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
I want to go heat up food, but now we're starting into the gameplay.
Doleem's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet,
We've never seen one of them
traditionally,
take their
Lenniges hasn't been
helmets
high on
off.
threats.
Not that that means they're like some weird thing underneath, because there's plenty that hang out with the citizens of his area. We know characters who like get into the armor and all of a sudden they're like big. That's like bizarre. I think it's just like the designs are made for the gameplay and just their look, you know, like they're big enemies, you know, you can see the shield and all that, you know, which one you're getting into, and making them work in just like talking moments and like imagining them outside of their armor is not as important. Because I mean he's a Renin, right? They just have like normal bodies. That's weird. Unless like when you're in the armor, it like puts you on like a platform, like it's a mech, like an exoskeleton.
During experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Harros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenniges before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Really, I feel like is that another mantis? I feel like in the long run you'd want drops for like accessory items in combat. As long as you think you could kill everything, that's probably what's gonna pay off.
You picked the wrong fight. You're mine. I'm not done.
Hear my call! These ones can run rings around us! Glacial spear! That'll bring you down! Dance in the wind!
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and the pummeling to me. Soaring light spear. I'll smash you. Make your way.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Glacial
Here
spear!
I come. Not again.
Flaming meteor denied! Rain down, Lancer!
You're mine. The flame inside me is yours to be let free.
Daring flame!
Dragon swarm. Back in blade.
Fire storm!
Eat dirt.
I'm only getting started!
Be still.
One's mine! Now!
Still.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Consider yourself finished.
With this, I can become even stronger!
Although that might only be from Force Mantis.
An opponent like this could be easy.
I think I'll pass on the handshake.
You picked the wrong fight.
Annihilation!
Anything normal.
Dragon
Dragon swarm.
Between heaven and earth.
I'll smash you!
That might only be from like mining nodes though.
Be still!
Lightning! Downfall! Sweep now, laser spear! Pierce the evil!
Take this!
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Double demon
This
back!
one's mine! Blaze on fire!
Hold nothing back!
Tiger blade! Ready to go! I'll heal you all!
You picked the wrong fight!
Going in!
Lightning thrust!
Laser blow!
Stardust!
Appreciate that! Annihilation! By
Strike!
the power of
Thanks.
flame!
Strike! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Anything in armor is all mine! Looks up!
This is far enough!
A wailing
Lightning
damage
thrust!
of lightning! How about this? Power of one! Time to
Try
stop!
harder!
Now you see what I can do! Seal!
Here I come!
More power of fire!
Piercing roar!
Array!
Here I come!
Not on my watch! Lightning
No escape! You picked the wrong fight!
Hurricane strike! Illuminate the
Vacuum blade! There!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and
Come on!
earth!
No further!
A wailing banshee of lightning! Mine!
You're on!
In here!
Point left!
Hurricane strike!
Stop!
Laser blow! It's go time! Here's another!
Raging meteor!
Armor won't save you! Raging cascade! Going in! Seal! More for the stockpile!
Yeah.
Double demon back!
Hurricane strike! Lightning condemned! Healing
Dragon
circle!
pistol!
I never miss! This one's mine! Illuminate the dark! Ready to go!
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy
Take
land!
this!
I'm all
No escape! Rising Falcon!
Here!
I think she's actually pulling aggro.
Prepare to be sealed!
Can't get out of this! Healing circle!
Maybe the aggro up, the skills in her tree actually are doing something. Problem is the AI getting an aggro up. It's good because it keeps them maybe off the healers and shit.
This should make for some
But it can be bad because the AI is really bad at avoiding damage, so they're gonna take a lot more. So if that's the case, I really need to make sure she's as tanky as possible. I don't know if she can get perfect. Distance, elemental attack, penetration, 50 attack. Pretty big. Defense. Let's go for those.
good weapon crafting material.
Here goes! Best! I can carve through armor!
Like steel mine!
Look sharp! Inferno
Escape!
You think that shield will save you? This one's mine! Inferno
Wave inside is yours to be let free! Eat dirt!
The enemy aren't good. We'll soon see about that. Do it!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Not a chance!
Going in! This is win! Air thrust!
Soaring
I can
light
do
spear!
this all day! Going in!
You're on!
By the power of
No
blood!
escape!
Hurricane strike!
Stoop back!
Stand back!
I'll trip it up.
You're finished!
Can't get out of this! Hurricane strike!
I'm not done!
Lightning strike!
Back this time!
Look like I need some more expensive skills. I'm pretty much constantly spamming skills.
Do it! Astral
Yeah, auto attacks ain't even fucking necessary, man.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Shortcake. Globe-trotting foodie. Fucking foodie.
No choice. Now you'll learn.
Power of flame! Vanish without a trace! So much for talking it out. Illuminate the power! This one's mine! Holy Lance!
Be still. This one's all mine. Ignite. Damn it.
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more. Now. Dazzle. Take this.
Power heal
Point blast.
Arcade
Flight.
waterfall!
Soaring light spear.
I owe you one
Flaming thrust.
Hurricane strike! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Here I come. I'll smash you. Vacuum blade.
Make it rain!
Remove.
Astral energy!
Say no more. I can feel my power grow.
I notice they don't actually say the combo arts or whatever.
Those soldiers
The
don't
names
seem to have any
always.
qualms about attacking on sight.
God, you gotta take all these fuckers down, man.
No choice. You're my now. No escape. Shuffling blast. Time to cross blade.
You're on!
Ignite.
Going in! Lightning orb! Hurricane blast! Leave the charges to me! Dance in the wind!
You're mine.
Sleep now! Denied! Lunar blast! Take this! Lunar blast! Now you see what I can do! Crossblade! Beast assault! Here goes! Blizzard blow! Dead in your dreams!
Soaring light spear.
Charge like that could easily be fatal. Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Flame inside me, sure, to be let free.
Purge malevolence! Fire blast magic! In here!
Prepare to be
Lunar
seized.
corruption! More
There.
stockpile!
This one's mine. Be still.
Inferno
Rise
crossing!
and Phoenix.
I never miss!
You're mine. Take this.
Laser spear! Pierce evil! Shooting star! First! Searing flame! Time to stop! Anything in order is all mine! Havoc thrust! Lightning orb! Annihilation!
Dazzle.
Air thrust! Lightning meteor! Laser spear! Pierce evil!
Had a chance to use the ability there.
Take this. Double fist one's all mine.
Purge malevolence! Nothing gets by me!
You picked the wrong fight.
Sleep now!
Here I come. Vacuum blade.
Need to pull myself together! Gemini Aqua!
Dragon swarm.
I'm running underneath 50% right now. I'm still not getting healed. Like, what the fuck, dude? Is it like not actually underneath 50%? Is when she does it?
Myself together! Divine Hurricane Strike! I'm almost in a fight! Primed and ready!
Escape.
Speed
Shuffling
shuffle!
flash.
This one's mine!
Dragon
Lightning
swarm.
energy!
Vacuum blade.
Going in! Air thrust! Blizzard
Get out of this. I have no limits. Here I come. It's time.
Healing circle! Lightning meteor! Back into the fray! Raise the wind! They go! Searing flame! Raging
Ignite.
Will this help? On guard! Sleep
Double
now!
demon fang. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Will this help?
It's go time. Rising Falcon.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Double
Do it!
demon fang.
I feel like on bosses or something, I'm gonna have a different kit for her. Because there's 50% is more like 25% to her, it seems like. Okay. Don't care about items.
teach us for getting cocky.
We got some mining in here.
That's far enough! You're mine! Now you see what I can do! You're ready?
Here! Illuminate the dark! Holy glimmer! It's like trying to keep up with a wall!
Be still!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Try harder!
Banshee of lightning!
Not a chance! Hurricane strike! Severing wind! I'll take you all on!
These guys are a pain.
Ha! Flare the Malisher! Not far enough! Strike! Soaring lightning! Prepare to be sealed!
Mega ray!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Here's the hurricane healing circle!
Oh, here!
Do it!
Explosive!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! In a bind?
Lightning
Soaring
storm!
strike!
Hear my call!
Be still!
Chain between
Mirage! Try this! Infernal turret! Launch! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! Not a chance!
Inferno cross!
Mirage! Here I come! Make it rain! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
So I think they give you so many per each of those. And you could easily farm them.
Hey, look at that enemy.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You got
Try harder! Not a chance! Be still! Soaring light for their ranged attack! Now you see what I can do!
Thanks so much.
Mirage!
I'll bring you down.
Here I come!
Rain cascade.
Now you've gone and ticked me off! Denied! Go to hell! Vacuum blade! Dragon swarm! Can't get out of this! Release! Mirage! Dazzle! Soaring light sphere! Light burst forth!
Radiant finishing.
Now!
Hurricane strike.
Point strike!
Do it. In here. Astral energy.
Say no more! Now! Hitting thrust! Lunar Rondo! Point blast! Ready and rip! Burn in hell! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Trying to keep the combo going, man, so I never have to fucking grind anything.
No further! Take down their defenses!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
I never miss.
Vacuum blade! Here I come!
Far enough.
Wind from the flame inside me yearns to be let free! Point blast!
That was a good combo. Pretty much comboed them from the very beginning to the end there.
Prepare to be seized! Lunar Rondo! Not today! Mirage!
Not on my watch.
Can't get out of this! Dragon Swarm!
Now.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Now! Take this!
Healing meteor.
Soaring light sphere! Here I come! Point blast! No escape!
Save you.
Juggling! In an instant! Impact Claw! Not a chance! Soaring light sphere! Now! It's time! Burn! Be still!
We're not finished!
Mirage! You're mine!
Now or never.
chain between heaven and earth. Lightning strike!
Thank you, motherfuckers. Not for long, though. We just gotta catch up where I think we're caught up on levels with them, but need to get beyond
He really
them.
made us work for that one.
Or some of us are. Not all of us. Gonna have a boss or just a quick combat zone. We didn't get a single break. That'd be very new to have a boss without a heal before
This
it.
must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Dramatic turn, head nod. Low turn away. By my power. Q bad guy. Within the next few hours, I've been waiting for you.
If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the
Well, I
Sovereign
mean, maybe not specifically, but her being the only maiden or whatever that we know could very well be that they needed them to come to the moon either way.
3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
It's like
Tomorrow's
everybody
the
gonna
spirit channeling
know his
ceremony.
memories.
We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Did she record her fucking lines in like a bathroom or something? Sounds a little, the quality sounds a little different. Maybe I'm crazy.
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to
I guess
decide.
it's flashback, man.
Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
What was your
You
name?
don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
Guess we can trust her.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
Why does she
I
seem to
can't just
think
pretend like the past
this
never
very
happened.
alien thing is gonna
Besides,
happen some more?
If it helps us uncover the truth of what
Because
the
there's more
ceremony
energy
really
coming up, I
was,
guess so.
It might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same.
See, like, we could have just, instead of asking him how he's feeling, be like, you know, or maybe just be like, hey, you know, you don't even have to, you could just, the next time he has a more heavy-duty memory that's more traumatic, but hey, you know, are you good, kind of thing, right? Instead of, like, pre-asking if he's good, and then moving into the ethical whacking off bullshit. I'd like to liberate these and those and this, and you're so passionate, you're so great. Like, again. Like, this whole bit is not necessary. We already know, dude. He's great. Everybody's great. Like, we know what they believe. We know what makes them tick. We know what they want. And it's fine if he wants to say he wants to liberate the people here too because they're being tricked, but you could say that in a different... You could just say that, or bring it up at a better time when you've got the full conspiracy on the table. Like, just a lot of like fluff, man. And it's not like a slow burn problem. Like, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with like things that are very heavy on story, of course, but I think it waters it down a bit, man. As romantic and deep as they try to be with a lot of these monologues, it's so often, and they go so equally hard every single time they do it, that it becomes very samey, very repetitive, it definitely waters it down. The messages they try to put in, like we know how she feels about him. We know how he's passionate he is. We know what makes him tick, and we've heard it 1,000 times. So hearing it again, you're just like, you don't care anymore.
Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay.
To reaffirm how great we all are right in the middle of this whole thing here. Like having a moment to reaffirm their beliefs, even in the face of all this stuff, and you know, with finally meeting all the random people and shit. Totally fine. But it just feels like more of the same. And it's gonna happen a million more times.
Sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could
I think a lot of it is...
happen.
Is there gonna be a boss now? I think a lot of what it is that now that we're moving into more of the specifics,
Here.
the bigger overarching possibilities and stuff, and it's not just about overcoming, you know, racism and, you know, the uprising. Although that's still a mystery behind it. But like now that we're out of that, you're kind of wanting the more specific stuff and having the emotional bits be there, but be more at like stronger points that are just like every 2 seconds. Like, the story's gears I feel like have switched slightly. I feel like the dialogue should probably switch a little bit with it. I like to fucking do these, man. Like the rarest book. Jesus, really? I like how it's like you would finish these and get 65 SP. Very weird. This one you get a bunch of shit. Anyways, lost. I don't know, that's just how the dialogue in general is. Like the entire game's been like that. It's just that now that we're here and that we've had 50 hours of that dialogue and the story switch gears a bit, it becomes more of an issue than it was before. I don't know. Like them doing heart to hearts and getting all romanticized with each other in the monologues, like I get it's there to like develop the characters and show how they feel about each other, but there's other ways to do that. Like I don't feel magically way more attached to these characters than like Berseria or Symphonia characters, just because they have 10 times as much dialogue and it's way more deep. I don't know. I mean, I get the subject matter, the whole thing is a little different, so maybe, you know, yeah, it's totally fine getting into some of that. It's just so much. Like the Dolim stuff with his like friend is fine. And turn into a monster.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
The big man. Nice hat.
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Tormented limbs.
What? I've never known Faria skin those noodles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did we get our hands on that?
First we handled the Zugals, then we kept some answers. You're mine!
Go for the weak point!
Inside me yearns to be let free. Be still! Point blank!
I don't feel so
Not
hot.
today! You should sit this one out then.
And miss all the fun.
What kind of damage he's doing? Why not fire and water? Well, I don't know if he's even doing much wind and earth. He's poisoning, so that might be good enough for me.
No way.
No escape!
A whirling healing circle!
I owe you one for that.
Searing flame!
Far enough.
Be still!
Now we're not
I'm gone.
without a trace!
You're mine! I'm not done!
I'll be saving
Rising
this one!
Falcon!
This one's mine.
Double demon back! You're mine!
Go get it! Hurricane my way!
Thrust!
Ready in the wind! Like air strike!
Here I come!
Like astral blade!
Meteor!
I'll heal you!
Take this!
Inferno crossing between heaven and earth!
Slice!
Wailing bounty of lightning!
You're mine! No escape!
Savior!
Lunar Rondo!
I'm out of ammo!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Winds of heaven! First sword! Blizzard
Back to
blow!
blade!
Flaming meteor! Searing flame! Now! Reload! Inferno crossing!
Back to
This one's
blade!
mine!
Take this! Lightning
Here
I come! Slice!
I'm gone!
Point blank! Stardust!
This one's mine! Hurricane strike! It's weakened!
Take this! This ends now! Dragon armor won't save you!
Annihilation!
Burn!
Radiant pierce! Hurricane strike!
Shockwave flash!
Blizzard blow!
There!
Healing circle! Flaming meteor! Too much to handle?
Dragon
Radiant
sword!
pierce! Arc shield!
Denied!
Flame!
Here I come!
Damn it!
Shockwave flash! There!
Do it!
Kisar!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Lunar Rondo! Shockwave strike! Back to blade! There! Double demon back!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone! Try harder! Not a chance!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
I'm all about dead.
Now!
Can't even see the motherfucker right now.
Here I come!
I won't save you. Flaming meteor! Leave the charge to me.
I owe you one! Double demon back!
Tiger blade!
Try harder! Now! You're mine!
Now or never.
Point black!
Damn it!
Take
Out of
this!
ammo!
Stardust! It's on!
Annihilation! Tidal wave!
Inferno crossing!
Burn!
I'm gone.
Hurricane strike! Laser ray!
Take
Blizzard blow! Rain down!
Inferno
Flaming meteor!
Double demon
Inferno
back!
crossing!
Flaming thrust!
By the power of
You're
water!
on!
Meteor! Dance in the wind!
Hurricane armor won't save you.
Illuminate the I'm almost impressed.
That hair's coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Now or never.
Lunar blast!
No further! Dazzle! Stardust! It's on!
Far enough.
I'll heal you all! Dance in the wind!
Burn!
Slightly too far away.
Appreciate the help.
Unrush winds of heaven!
Now! Thanks!
Hurricane
My turn! Flaming thrust!
I'll heal you all! Illuminate the dark!
This one's mine.
Attack time! Dazzle!
Pain between heaven and earth! Here
You're
blow!
mine! Try harder! Not a chance! You're mine!
Healing
No
circle!
escape!
Divine savior!
Double
Here
demon
it comes.
coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine! Be
Reload!
still!
Lion Howl.
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Now you see what I can
Burning
do.
strike!
Shield and
Fire
fire.
call! In here!
We require a hand.
Glacial
No
spear.
further!
Here's evil! Far beyond
Take
the
this!
darkest laser!
Double demon
That's some big damage.
Not today!
Lion circle!
Position looking good.
I owe you one for that.
I'll be saving
Strike!
I'm going to support you. Denied.
Take this!
Winds of heaven.
Soda!
Hurricane strike. Anything in armor is all mine.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
I'll smash you!
Make your break.
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
If they use mixed elements, it's gonna be hard to figure out. We're probably better do some general, like, physical
Now it's just
reduction.
her! Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning! The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Kill her.
Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Why knock her out? The fucking ball's already gone. Knocks her out anyways.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay? Yes. She's only unconscious. Not her. I meant you. Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
His voice is the second Lord's voice, dude. Pretty sure.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me.
Oh my god, he happened to be
I know better
listening
than
to
to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
Maybe he's not a bad guy after all.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always
I'm
hanging
sure
back,
he'll explain everything
worrying
to
about
her
everyone
now.
else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest...
Whatever happened to Kelzelik anyways? Like, we never... I don't know if we ever found him. He left. He fled. You think he'd be killed by Almadria?
He'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember.
Yeah, here we go, you know. Like, I get it. He's got an important thing going on. Maybe this in a nutshell would be fine. But it's like, somebody's got to preach, man. It's like, it's got to be, somebody's got to preach. Every conversation. And it's, I don't know, it's not even like what they're saying is wrong. It's just how often you say it. It loses its potency, man. But every conversation is somebody preaching.
You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim. Not
Show
for
the whole
yesterday.
party smiling.
And not only that, you need to live for yourself and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her. Her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same...
Oh. Love it, dude. Cutscene, skit. Oh, there's dialogue, a skit, and then 2 feet later there's another cutscene to interrupt both of them. I thought I'd risk maybe letting the dialogue play as I walked and then having the skit play at the end when we were going to touch the teleporter, but my bad. I just stood still. I just like standing
What is
still.
it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Evil man. Okay. Cut it off for suspense.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion.
Oh man, I'm tired of this kid. Stomping and fucking slamming shit left and right, man. That sounds like my fucking apartment's about to fucking bust.
The same vision as the one my thorns show me.
God damn.
A vision of impenetrable
Let your
darkness
kids
that
play
swallows
somewhere
up
else
us
that isn't
and everything
outside
else.
everybody's apartment. Fucking balcony.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Xion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Xion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of.
Yeah, we just said that. And it's implied, even if you didn't say it.
And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I said that earlier too, when she asked you if you were good. And you were like, hey, if I confront these truths, then I can help liberate people and I can keep fighting and all that. I'll just say it again. Like,
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
How about Rinwell apologizes?
Finally.
He's not wrong. Law's not really like wrong as much as they give him shit. I mean, you do kind of have to wonder. The weak point damage is probably would be nice, but it's not a necessity, I'd say.
begin to understand what the thorns are.
One
Yes.
step.
And their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
We still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
I literally took one step and got another cutscene.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as my own past, I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first.
Is this the point of no return or is this some bullshit?
Do
I
you
have to
think
look it up. I'll be right back. I need to take a piss too. What the fuck?
Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Apparently the message here is irrelevant. Nice. What the hell did they even ask
That vision
for,
we
man?
saw.
Drama?
It was as if
That's
it
gonna be
was
like a
meant
long
specifically for
cutscene.
us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana
Maybe I
might
should
be
go heat up
involved
my food
somehow?
then.
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be
got some
supernatural.
shit.
You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Didn't we already gather that? The suck?
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
300 years ago, didn't we like see like a fucking... There's probably a lot of energy going around in that spirit channeling. I don't know if there's a heal spot, but
Soon, I have to be ready to face anything. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
oh. All that was is just like, you're gonna have to learn the truth. There's not even a teleporter here. No, I mean, you wouldn't even go. But just for dramatic effect. We've already learned like 20 times. He's fine with it, dude. Like, what kind of haunting, heavy thing is he gonna really learn here?
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
I think it's a pacing thing, right? Like, things are picking up, there's stuff going on. Sort of pad it out with more repetitive monologues. Kills the pace a bit. I'd rather have that time probably spent learning more about the Renans on this moon. Maybe do some quests out there with them. Maybe see him talk a bit about shit. I mean, we did a bit, but comparatively, I mean, it's not very long.
Looks like some kind of research facility.
Not that you could pad it out that much.
The laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Like a quest or two.
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities...
Alright. I feel like we're gonna get cutscenes for like an hour. So I'm gonna go heat up my food, and I'm gonna eat it. Be right back. Well, I mean, I'll eat it on stream. Let me go eat it up. Oh, wait, we're not stopping for long. So it could be cool to beat today, but I have to go somewhere and Jesus. 9 hours. Probably won't beat it. I'm 99% sure I'm not gonna beat it. But we'll see. Anyway. You're dead game too. Fucking dead in here. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay.
And only the Sovereign. Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Back here.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy
Dreams.
so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign!
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA.
And it's gonna be the
Given name,
guy.
Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler.
I don't trust any Renan.
It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
Being?
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The AI.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
Shit.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results.
We'll see. I mean,
There's
might not
nothing
be an
here
AI.
about
I
who's
just like
behind
the-
all this, or
Yeah.
what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to
twisty.
scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
What is he being forgiven for? He didn't do anything wrong. He knows the extent of this. They want answers, that's why they're here? What the fuck? Everybody's worried about Alphen's feelies here, man. But he's been more than upfront about not giving a fuck.
I'm fine.
He's...
I'm just a little shaken, that's
We
all.
get it.
I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
No.
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back.
Yeah,
To
we
remind
know.
you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Instability. There we go. We're in the back. Like how they're explaining all of this in some fucking text dumps, but we'll get all the fucking lovey-dovey shit in actual dialogue. But I'm sure they'll still explain it anyways, but... I'm fucking eating over here. Look, man, I'm gonna finish it. But I gotta get a drink. This one's like just watered down now. Surely we'll be going to Arena then. You don't make an entire game and New World and shit, and then don't have us explore, like, at least in part, something as big as another fucking planet that everybody's, like, tied to. It's not like just some planet out and, you know, oh, it's one of the 20 planets in the solar system. It's like, it's all there is in the world. I'd be really surprised if it was just ignored and it was just all on Lenegis here. Yeah. I mean, I'm interested in the overarching mystery of it all. Don't get me wrong. It's not to say I'm not entertained with anything either. I know I'm kind of trashing the dialogue, but I think those are kind of separate. In some ways, right? Not totally separate, right? Like I said, it fucks up the pacing a bit, but I'm curious what their the overall reason for everything is. Is just gonna be a big bad man, or some monkey AI shit, or some weird will, some fucking dark spirit? I'm sure it's gonna be some big god entity bullshit. So they're using soldiers from the area from before, in the water zone. The life bottles. Alright. Fucking Neon Genesis. Tales of Neon Genesis over here, man. Looking all scratched up.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system.
Well, he sure got lucky, huh?
But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough.
10% chance of survival with 100% chance of
Please,
permanent fucking damage. So your owner's like, if it's 10% chance of survival, how many other complications would there be that are like almost guaranteed, man? There's just 10% of like perfect. Well, I mean, obviously his mind got fucked. That's the mask. That's separate.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive.
They would go into more detail on like what the Renans think of what happened 300 years ago. Like if most of Lenegis got fucked, like they've mentioned it once in like one fucking conversation. All of these repetitive ass conversations, but they only bring that up once, right? It was like, I can't remember even what they said. Was it an accident or something happened 300 years ago? Some mysterious thing. You know, like, I mean, did they? I mean, I guess maybe we're about to find out. I don't know. I'm more curious, like, what they think of it now, like how it was, you know, how they covered it up, because they're still doing experiments even past. Maybe they will get into it.
I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
By being alive.
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me and made me Iron Mask.
Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
She looks like another boss area, but I mean, haven't gotten a CP refill since the last boss. Guess it's not.
this place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony.
What?
This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
I think they said that even though we were just dwelling on the past not even a few minutes ago. For no reason. Why are they doing something here? How do they know to do something here? What is the purpose?
Naori.
Well, we want to like move on.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the...
Almost time for Kenna. Hey, cool. Let me know how it is, man. Curious if one of the few PS5 like true exclusives is worth it. Oh wait, that's on PS4 as well. Well, anyways, yeah, let me know how it is. I'm very curious. Oh, they did? Oh, maybe I'll play it then. Let me see if it's already been added here. Not yet. Groovy. Oh, is Far Cry 6 this year too? Didn't even think about that game. I'm not gonna play it, but like, Jesus, dude. That's so far off my fucking radar. It's insane, man.
Ceremony. That day,
Far Cry, that is.
I shut
Not
away
Kenna.
inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me.
Yeah, exposition. Thank you. Instead of showing
But
it.
it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how.
You had some kids, or is Shion not a child of hers, like a clone or something?
Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me.
Why was she like waiting for another Renaissama and another sovereign? What was the point of that part?
I never meant to burden the future.
Like I get
with
that
this
she
dread
wants
too.
the Renaissama to like
I only wish
expunge
there was
herself
something more I could have done.
or whatever the
Wait,
fuck.
you can't just...
But wouldn't like waiting for more of them just mean that the people who created it are the ones that are gonna be in control? It'll just be the same thing again? I don't get that. But we'll see.
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
They changed their clothes for some reason too.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
Oh, we gave it a short skirt and big cleavage.
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
They even changed your hair.
Locating the Renaissance.
No, the hair was part of it too. So the other thing is, so what the fuck is the point of, like, okay, so you're fighting the Thorns, sure. That's great. But weren't the Thorns created or like brought to being from the spirit channeling?
Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy
Maybe it's now like
inside
we'll see. They're probably
Shion,
gonna explain it.
thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and
Their
stop the
name
world
there.
from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it.
What was even the goal of the spirit channeling thing in the first place? I get what they're trying to use it for. But where did the thorns come from? And if it was from this, then what? I mean, are they just gonna like save that? I feel like that's something that kind of needs to already be talked about. Like they're going to use a ceremony that quite possibly already causes everything or has some other point to it.
Just hearing there's the slightest chance.
Yeah, but
Even
instead
though
we're
I know the
gonna
world's
talk
still
about
in
the
great
lovey-dovey
peril.
instead.
It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
Jesus.
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included.
I'm changing her hair. I'm
Now
a
let's
fan
get
of short
moving,
hair,
shall
but
we?
I ain't a fan of that braid.
Last
and
I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop.
that like wacky braid she got going on.
Thank you.
I like my dude's
Naori.
edgy outfit better too, but I'll leave them in the outfits for the sake of the story. Right? Another way to fucking swap them.
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you.
Orphan?
I'm so sorry, Shion.
I have been too. I mean, it's been pretty much cutscenes for the last 5 hours. Plenty of time to horf.
It's my
I
fault
had
that
some
you're
food
cursed.
just 30 minutes
You're
ago.
wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories.
Is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
Blame the
It all leads
thorn.
back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible.
Yeah, I know.
No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack.
Dessert.
Embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself.
People don't smack their
and finally know what
friends.
they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I know that. The latest maiden. Man, these are too expensive. CPU restoration, one full, 1800. There was another one too, yeah, for 1560. Like, that's a lot for a quality of life thing, dude. Restores all allies HP 80 CP, dude. That is so pricey, man. Very pricey. And the AI is probably gonna go fucking all in on it too. Oh, they already equipped it on me. Couldn't give her a fucking epic gun. Jesus, they give her enough fucking outfits, man. Give her the fucking straw hat, dude. Normally I go for the short hair, I just don't care for her fucking her braid, man. It's a no braid zone.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The one separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way.
Good God, she didn't have that much dialogue and I didn't get that much of a vibe from her. Isn't a lot of this just inferred? I mean, I guess she was kind of specific about it, but not this specific. Like fucking Gandhi just fucking
showing us what we
show
can
them a
aspire
message
to.
here. Well, that's this game though. Very overkill for everything. That's fine. Yeah, normally I don't mind, but Jesus, they've been fucking pushing it into overtime, man. Change the background again. Crispy looking one.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
What happened to going to Rona?
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Still not even close to the level I would need to be to do a lot of the side content I want to do. I don't know if we're gonna get there even, and I'm not gonna grind, so. Looks
We're
like
a
we got a
long way
boss
from the
coming.
residential quarters now. It looks completely
I
different.
mean, I couldn't even do the first one.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Surely we go to
Except the
Rena.
Dan
That'd be
and astral
ridiculous.
energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin sovereign.
Let's mention the
Maybe he just has
owls.
strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Thank you for that. I'll be right back. If this does end up being it, then that, and then we'll just be done. It's interesting as some of that side stuff is. I'm not interested in grinding to get to the point just to beat him up. But I feel like this wouldn't be it. It's got the feel of that it could be it. Like they are setting up a lot of stuff, but we haven't gone to Rena. The owls, man, like unless a lot of it's just post game. The levels required to go to some of these other little side quest zones. It's like, I don't know. But
Boron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait though, Something doesn't seem right here.
Place. Oh, once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
Rena.
What has happened to him?
You said at the heart of Rena.
Reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that
At
sort of
least that
scale?
was easy to stop. They just put like a fucking plant there to fucking protect it.
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy.
I guess they're still kind of stealing the energy.
That's
It's supposed to be very
we should
light.
retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Definitely feel like near him. On the surface. Oh. The demoness.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
The aliens, the Chozo. Red woman.
They're not feeling
Honky tonk woman.
No use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Where are you going?
Try harder! My turn!
In a bind?
Here I come! Blade! The flame inside me! Yours to be let free! Not today! Vacuum blade!
Annihilation!
Dragon swarm!
In here!
I'm not done! Vacuum blade! Try harder!
Light meteor! Where that came from? Thunder blade! I can handle it! Lightning orb! Healing circle!
Now you see what I can do.
Not a chance!
Dance in the wind!
You picked the wrong fight!
Air power of flame! Thunder lightning gem! Illuminated dawn! Magic explosion! Holy land!
Try harder!
Here goes!
Now!
Burning strike!
Glacial
You're
spear!
mine!
And here is evil!
Vacuum blade!
Great lantern!
Can't get out of this!
Lunar
Try harder!
lightning!
Back the flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Going in!
Vacuum blade!
Where are you going?
Vacuum blade! Flaming thrust!
Time to shine!
Gemini Aqua!
Strike! Voice blast! Strike!
Armor won't save you!
Annihilation! Lightning!
This one's all mine! There!
Lunar corruption!
By the power of water!
You require a hand.
Gemini Aqua! Dance in the wind!
Can't get out of this!
Air
Try harder! Not a chance!
Gonna heal me sometime this year?
Between heaven and earth!
Jesus. I guess her fucking damage combo was higher on her fucking AI's priority list.
I like my guard down.
Stay away from my friend!
We'll use this to heal. We got a lot of CP right now.
You're mine! Eat dirt!
Shattering pieces! Illuminate the dark!
Dragon swarm!
Holy quiver! Holy land! Between heaven and earth! Here to
through armor! It's time!
Can I change my strategy, please? Okay.
Got it. Changing up the plan. There! Vacuum blade! Changing strategy.
Probably easier to do that.
In a bind. Let's try harder. Non-kill. It's on. A whirling table. Wind of heaven. Double demon fang. Eat dirt. Try harder. Non-kill.
Because at least she'll like actually, even if she gets interrupted, go for it again because her AI is set to prioritize that. Good work, Shia.
You stay away from my friend. Elusive demon fang.
I don't even feel like healing her or reviving her.
Vacuum blades. You picked the wrong fight. Lightning strike. Can't get out of this. Shooting star. A piercing roar. Double demon fang. Catapult. First force confiscated. Here I go time. Eat dirt. Down on the ground. Smash you. Unguard. My astral purge malevolence. Asleep now. Heal my weary companion. Strike. The water magic is in. Tidal wave. Here I come. Penumbra. Sharpwave flash. It's on. They make it rain. Astral energy. Say no more. Breath of life. Heal my wearied companions.
The AI is not very good about getting out of the way the damage that's going to happen. Like, we could see that clearly they're lining up 3 wide to blast us, but Xion had 1 health and just stood in front of it and started casting, so I was like, he's dead. I could use a life bottle on her. Hell, I could have had him just revive her, but it was not a bad fight, so...
Surrender! Fighting
Another
is
hold back,
useless now.
just in case there's another phase.
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
Just keep beating them up, dude. Why even, like, let them do anything?
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Just kill him already, man.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all.
Do not touch me, baby.
We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Just kill him.
Is that what you think?
Why leave him up? What's the point?
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf? who happens to be another sovereign.
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
They just clone our dude.
Then you mean Boran was kidnapped just like Alphen?
Or something else.
But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us.
Oh, that's what they're going for. Wasn't that already like... Wouldn't that already be the case? I mean, yeah, they said that every single one of those people were from Dana. What a weird way to come about saying he's from Dana. I was like, yeah.
Volron.
Or he's supposed to be an exception.
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters.
This guy's so uninteresting, it kills me.
All others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman.
The game knows it.
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Classic. Thanks for waiting behind to look at the guy for a couple seconds. Like how they got time to slowly walk to the edge even though it just fell apart. Don't worry, it only was destroying for those few seconds, alright? It's good now. Now it's bad again. We already had enough moments showing their bond and stuff. Christ. Two hands, my man. You got two of them, might as well use them. He's that alpha.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Who are you, man? Who cares about this guy?
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
The lamest villain ever created.
Are you
I hope
two
they
okay?
leave him dead.
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
No, he said Rena.
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah, there's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the
just
Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely
Literally
they'll have
just
cause
said
to
it.
return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
He's truly a scumbag, dude. Not the fun kind of chaotic
I
evil
didn't see
guy.
that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Doily? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna stop
Unfortunately,
and
they blew
talk.
themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissance too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Aye, aye, Captain. I like that you could switch equipment and teammates in the middle of combat. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of JRPGs can do that nowadays, and it's all designed around switching your party members out. Like, I think Dragon Quest XI was like that, like Persona 5 was like that, to a certain extent. East has always had some of that. Not the entire party, but I'm not gonna give him too much credit, but it is good you can do that. Swapping people. It makes, and everybody levels at the same time, they can be just as strong, so it's a good thing there. More Alexandrite. Weak point damage. Oh, not as important as crit damage, really. Elemental defense, penetration. This is cheaper to get. But this has more interesting stat. Go for incineration wave. Evade distance. Evade distance is one of those things, like, would you care about that? If the iframes don't change, does it matter how far away I am? I'd almost be bad when it comes to repositioning yourself. I don't know. Let's get some stats. Defense wouldn't hurt. Crit damage sounds nice. I feel like his list is some of the most cheap shit. Which I mean is good, but big strike proficiency. I don't know what that is. The attack's pretty juicy. Demon Strike. 8 artifact. Well, we can't warp out. Let's just walk out. Hope it's not one of those stupid things where you defeat the final boss and all that. And then the wacky rival guy comes in at the very end to fuck things up. And he's the real final guy we gotta fight. Because he's not like an interesting rivalry type of dude. He's very just lame. He's just some asshole. He's not even like a fun asshole. Some wacky LARPer. I can't help but think they're pushing him that way. What level are we? 44? Man, we can't even. Oof. Maybe there's gonna be a lot of areas coming up. I don't know. 44. I wouldn't even want to start trying the side stuff again until I was like in the 50s at least, man. Even that's a little, I mean, we could maybe the water one we could take in the 50s. I think it was mid 50s, high 50s, 59. And then the other boss was like, I think he was in the mid 50s. I mean, damn, we really have to walk our ass through this shit. They're getting the money's worth out of this bit, man. Whatever.
I won't forgive you!
I won't show you any mercy! You got spirit! Strike! This one's all mine! Strike! Fire support!
Hang spike! I will
Eat dirt!
On guard!
Take this!
Water!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Will this help?
No! Luna Rondo!
Now!
Stand back!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Water! Here
Not a
now.
chance!
Armed and ready!
Take this! Stardust!
Make it rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Because I do want to do that
I've
side
been doing
stuff.
really great lately.
And I'm willing to put a little work in to do it. I just don't want to be like surprised. And then the game's over all of a sudden. I feel like it's going to be more obvious from this point on. But...
Out of our way!
Here I come!
Disasters made one! Come forth!
Take this!
Hurricane strike!
Here I come!
Feast your soul!
Throbs in pain.
Maelstrom! And again!
Burn in hell! Dead!
Dance in the wind!
Look back, you blade! No further! Prepare to be seized!
Rolling corruption! Lightning strike! It's go
All yours, Kisara.
Lunar corruption!
Luna Rondo! This one's all mine!
Rain down and purify
Burn in hell!
Mega ray! On guard!
In a bind.
By the power
This
of
make it rain! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Oh, sparkling
Now it's
stars of
on!
light! Rain down
Soaring
and
light
purify
spear!
all!
Now you see what I can do.
Mirage! No escape! Not today!
Piercing wall! Will this help?
Double Demon Fang!
Aw, two shots come over!
Shockwave
Do
Blast!
it! Let me
Leave the
help!
ensnaring to me.
In an instant! Impact Claw!
Feels good actually doing some gameplay.
Okay?
We're all right.
I mean, other than that boss and then running through this area and from the other direction, that's been it. Plus, I mean, this stream 4 hours, but stream before it a few hours as well. Which, I mean, the game is definitely, I mean, I have to leans into story more than anything, but the gameplay is fun, so I cannot see it at all.
Out of my way!
I'm not! Try harder!
Mega ray!
Shield Dragon
Flaming meteor!
Be still!
Let them know!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
I never miss!
Take
Where was that came from?
Be still!
Inferno
Soaring
strike!
Light Spear! Stardust!
A whirling struggle! Winds of
You picked the wrong fight! Luna Rondo! Soaring Light Spear!
Sleep now!
Stardust!
Fear!
Save you!
Evil! Look sharp!
Voice Blast!
One astral energy!
Take this!
On guard!
Luna Rondo! Soaring Light Spear!
Not on my watch! This works, Rebecca! On guard! Astral energy!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Healing
This one's all mine! Eat dirt!
Whirling banshee of lightning!
Damn it!
Here I come! No escape! Stardust! Luna Rondo! Soaring Light!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Here I come! Double Demon!
Throbs in
Shockwave Blast! Try this!
Between heaven and earth!
Not a chance!
A wailing banshee of
Mirage!
lightning!
Try this!
This one is mine!
I'll smash you!
Flaming meteor! Finish without a trace!
The
Where are
flame
you
inside
going?
me yearns to be let free! Take this!
Hurricane
Lightning Thrust!
Light astral
Burn in
energy!
hell!
Illuminate the dark! Hurricane
You're mine!
Holy glitter! Lightning
I'm not
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher! Going in.
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Vacuum Blade!
Flaming meteor!
Luna Rondo! Take this!
Take this!
Rising Falcon! Your
Time to shine! Here's evil!
Rising
Make it rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Flashy
Victory.
Phoenix drop down finisher, man. Well, pre-finisher, I guess. Like, cause I talk about not having enough XP, then I dodge a fight. But I'm gonna have to like fight more. of something, I'd rather do it in a higher level zone. Especially when we're on the same level as what we're fighting right now, it's probably not as optimal. We're just piecing out on the Lenegus people. Well, is there going to be like an end of the Lenegus arc here?
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
Surely, well, it's probably the power's all gone. Surely our dude Dohalim's actually going to get his little arc with his friend and the chick wrapped up at least.
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
Doe.
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
And
she doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being...
And of course they're gonna, in place of him being the one to tell her friends, the one who told him about how he didn't actually kill her husband.
Controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get
the
things back up and
Sovereign's probably like an insect.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Yes.
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy,
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
A zealot, man.
But how do we do that?
Kill them. I mean...
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
Well, that's really smart. How do we want to do that?
At ease. Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust.
Like Dohalim.
That's it. Who's the highest ranking person in Lenegus right now?
Lenegus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
We can actually get to explore.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Listen to the people a little bit.
Somebody explain what's going on?
Or...
Is it over? What's going to
Are
happen
we just going
to
to
all of us?
broadcast on a big TV? Okay. Big TV and call it a day.
It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldamen and Sia.
Look up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
Nice voice
The
acting.
Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
And then the lights come back on. Of course. Artfully done, my dude.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
No, he just made it up for fucking no reason. God damn.
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
It was a waste.
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
Why not? He's a beast.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnigan's death. To see a future.
In 8 years. Nice waste.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world.
Is Kisara gonna be with him?
Memories of the departed shall remain
She planned on
forever in
going
my
back to
heart.
Menancia.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
That outfit though, man. My dude looking like a pharaoh. I guess now it kinda is, man. He's boss. Self-appointed boss. Good healing arts. Definitely gonna want that.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
Hey, you're the one who made
They
the speech.
accept him.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master, that's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Like an idiot. He died like a fucking chump.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on
I
a
guess
road
he
of our
lived,
own choosing,
not like
free
a
of
chump.
regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
She better stay with them here.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
You know, what are they just kind of like fucking not? I mean, come on, man. I'm shipping this shit. They've already shown they're into each other. What are they just gonna fucking hang out from another fucking realm, essentially, another world?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
Maybe she'll stay here
You
for
were
a bit.
thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Okay, but are you gonna romance?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
The ranch, dude. Manage the ranch from up here in Lenegis, man. I don't care about making some of these. I guess. Like I'm not using. I'm probably gonna have to make like a totally new thing as soon as we drop down to fucking whatchamacallit. Sorry.
Have you guys checked your equipment? Lately?
Cook. Anti-parfait.
Good food is the best kind of magic.
Like she's gotta have something for the parfait.
Hoodle, no, that's mine.
Never thought I'd see you fighting Hoodle over food of all things. Normally you share everything you have with him.
Yeah, but this is a fancy parfait. Every girl dreams of having one of these.
Is it really that big of a deal?
Please don't bring me into this.
It's always nice to eat something that fulfilling.
I can't believe I actually get to have it all for myself. Every little bite
Fucking
makes me
hell,
so
dude.
happy.
Motherfucker.
But isn't that parfait gonna cost you quite a lot more than your regular ice cream choice?
That's all the more reason for me to enjoy it. Everyone knows it takes lots and lots of sweets to stay full of energy.
Everybody, a cream monster has devoured Rinwell.
At times such as these, it would be best to just let her do as she wishes.
Yeah, definitely.
Dohalim's right. If someone's trying to enjoy their favorite food, just leave them to it and don't bother them.
Yep, can't argue with that.
I don't get women.
So good.
The parfait, man. Parfait skit, thank you. Very important. Wasn't even funny, man. At least all the other food ones had something going on. Travel to Rena. I still can't warp out. So we'll walk it out. Nice vista. There's no people in Rena. Wouldn't that mean that all the Renans are just right here in this place? Which means there's like almost none. There's just not many at all. Also, if we even doubt Rena being what it is, then I mean, These people might not even be fucking different from Donan's. Literally. Just the eyes. It's weird we're walking it all the way back. Except all the lords except definitely more fucking psychotic.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
Yeah, I know. What, is this like a fucking last time on Dragon Ball Z thing? I'm very aware of what we're dealing with.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance.
Yeah, thank you very much for the explanation of what we heard 5 seconds ago. Or 5 minutes.
To be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
We were last time. You asked if we're finally prepared to find the answers.
So, what do we do first?
My camera's frozen. How does it even happen? I look like a zombie. Enjoy that. It's for you. It is for you. God, man, sorry for the birthday, man. It's been last few days, man. Something up, man.
There. We know nothing about the
dying.
Renan homeworld or what we
Exploding
might
from
face
within.
once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should...
Yeah. These chicks could look more lame, man. It's like these really short, bob-haired, like... Stop right there. Oh, I'm just gonna suck the ship dry. Oh, we're already out. Oh. This is what they get for talking too much, man. They just straight up park the fucker out in space. Could've just floated.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
Oops. Sorry.
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
No, dude, they just fucking they showed up and they fucking teleported you and it was somebody else's fault. Shut the fuck up.
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
I don't know about that.
Everyone, look there!
The Reapers, man. The planet turns around. There was no planet. Surprise. Yeah, maybe they should have nicked this thing, huh? Gruntilda sucks the energy from the Jinjo village. Oh no! King Jinjo. Jingaling. Was that his name? Jingaling? We got time for fishing?
Blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
Yeah, pretty obvious.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
They already said it was, though.
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening,
Poetic.
we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our
Oh,
lives.
your engineering friend?
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
Hey, it worked for Squall, man. Can work for you, too.
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
This fucking space whale. This is when the guy from Independence Days fucking comes in. Yeehaw! Saves him. The long tip of the law, dude.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Don't you want to stop and talk for a bit more? Come on. We could talk about things we already know. Okay, we will.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I mean, do people just walk around touching everybody? Did I miss the boat? Am I supposed to be walking around touching everyone, man? Motherfucker, dude.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms.
I mean, yeah, I mean, some people, but like it's like every time you go up, say hello to somebody, you fucking squeeze them on the ass or something. Like,
come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality.
she could not. I think the lonely part would come in from her being ostracized or discriminated against because she has the thorns. Not because the actual thorns themselves would stop her from being able to talk to people.
I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone.
Yeah, the
I
ass
did.
laughs.
Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
Why are we having this here?
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
A big warm huggy.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Thanks, Mom. Cut.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
A cosmic egg.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renin side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renin homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far.
Zephyr's dead, and he died like a dumbass for a dumb reason. I don't think you should fucking use him as your bar.
Didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Can I... 2 feet? 2 more feet? Okay, I gotta walk around the room. I don't know if I'll be able to finish tonight. I mean, if I didn't have a car appointment in like 7 hours, maybe. But I don't want to be on like the last 30 minutes at the 7 hours from now point. Actually, I'd like to bring my car in 30 minutes early, because fuck those guys. I'd rather just fucking be there early and just be done with it. Because, I mean, I want to go to bed at like 8, but I'll be there. I might get off this at 7, 6.5. We'll see. I'll try to do side stuff, but I don't know if we're going to be able to. The level problems. Only with lower level shit, man. Anyways, we'll definitely keep going for now, but.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
Maybe some of them are good.
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are KDkill. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
KDkill?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which
Phasol.
drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
A video game?
Is that why the crown contest is necessary?
Did you already finish it?
So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we KDkill devised the crown contest.
Oh, yeah. When people started talking about the gameplay, it seemed like people thought it was going to be a bit more generic than intended, or than they thought originally, and that it was just going to write off the graphics. But we'll see. I'm curious. That's gonna hold true or not.
Test. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renaissance.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ask—
Wait, he brought them here? I thought he said that someone brought him here. Or did he bring them here after they started attacking? That might have been.
Ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to—
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan.
Really good visuals. A very clearly indie programmed game. Yeah. Well, I mean, visuals can't. I mean, how great the technology gets, unless some kind of huge shift in how we play happens, and visuals aren't gonna, I guess, like indicate that it's gonna play different. I don't know. Not that it needs to, but yeah, I mean, it's probably easy to get overhyped or something, thinking it's gonna be something totally different when it's like it's still gotta play somewhat similar.
As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That—
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Cool. Well, could be neat then. So you trying to say like the gameplay just feels very basic? Very weak, or did you just have your expectations a little
You
higher?
can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
The audio mastering is bad. Yeah. The gameplay's fine. Expect from any game. One of them in the game looks some control. Weird disconnect. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many people are working on it, what the budget is. I think with really good visuals, maybe all their budget went to that. Maybe they just don't have enough experience, I don't know, to get the full package, or I don't know. I'd have to play it. Visual only stuff, yeah, it could be then. Yeah, well, I'd like to play it. Hopefully that physical release ends up translating into me being able to play it on PS4 through gameplay. Fast travel point. Oh, Dick Faisal. It's a budget title, right? $40. Could be, yeah. That's always something to think about. I mean, that happens to me. That's why I'm very, very finicky or very flaky about what I want to play. Up to the very moment I fucking play it. I'm not feeling something. It weighs in for sure unfairly on how much I'm enjoying it. So I don't really schedule things either. Yeah, you got a lot you played recently? People.
Who are they?
Renan.
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from
This
the outside
voice.
world.
What's the fucking Zephyr's voice?
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquill have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquill themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquill, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back.
Her voice just
We've all agreed it'd be
something.
best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold.
Just talking to the mic more clear or something.
Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquill.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquill.
Like, that's a surprise, too. Did I joke about that earlier? Oh, that's just gonna be that way. We really are all the same, man. Racism is baseless.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
Oh shit.
There aren't. But there are Helganquill. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquill are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquill kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquill technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquill are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Yep, thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Doubt it.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquill that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work.
So everybody here is an asshole, but not the guy up top. First I thought these guys were okay, and then everybody seems more and more like dicks.
Success was dubious, but from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
I mean, I guess they were made to be under control by the Algonquin, where the Algonquin guy was straight up fucking mind controlled by a big spirit, and once it broke, maybe, you know, he was good. Thing is, though, if you're mind controlled since the beginning, isn't that just who you are? I don't know if you'd really get, like, changed, like, back somehow magically to something else. Unless he got controlled, like, after he had developed his own personality. We'll not get into that because they're not going to. Just arbitrarily decide who's mind controlled and who's not.
Feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds.
Oh god, we've been taking it easy all
Why don't we all
fucking
take
day.
some time to think things over before we decide on
If this is a we have to talk to everybody thing,
our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of
who
ourselves.
cares if Rena's on the line? Rena's an asshole. Just fucking blow it up.
So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevric 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevric 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
there a reason I'd want to rest there? This random dude need healing. Happy bottle. Thanks. Thanks, dude. What's in the upper level? Just some nice visualies. Oh, we need to go to the lower levels. Historia Orene. Really, that's useful for spellcasting?
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the KDkill and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Oogie.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dan and mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Law.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important. What I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me. To fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Oh, good man.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Friendship.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renin in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana.
How many times has she said this in a different way?
How could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed.
Don't forget while all this is happening, fucking Donna's energy is getting fucking hyper sucked through Lennigus and Durana.
She considered me, a Danon, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Savior Girl.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading shit on the side. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I've been paying attention, but I am not as tuned in on some of this. I'm telling you, at this point, the amount, I mean, it's pretty much what I've been saying this whole time, but it just continued. You couldn't put some of these revelations and some of these big things in a more dry package, man. Like, I mean, it's been almost nonstop cutscenes for like 7-8 hours. There's probably been like an hour of moving around, which, you know, hey, if the cutscenes are great, by all means. But it's like, it's the same, like, for the amount of meat in those like 7-8 hours, it's not massive, man. It's a lot of recontextualizing or just reiterating a lot of the same lovey-dovey stuff over and over. And it's not that the messages are bad, but we've just heard it all so many times, so many different ways. Everybody's a preacher, man. Everybody's got the same thing that's making them tick, and it's like, yeah, you wanna, for character building, know what people think about some of these revelations, but it's just handled in such a wordy, just heavy. I don't say heavy-handed, but extra. This is Like, it feels like we've heard even though it's different information, it always comes back to pretty much the same points and the same kind of ethics monologues at the end of the day. It's just like, it's like, I don't know, you can have the twist, they can talk about it, but the dialogue is just so ad nauseum, just the same feeling, the same kinds of talk and points, just non-stop, man. Like, mix it up, man. Have them all talk about it maybe more specifically. It just always comes back to these very romanticized, monologues about stuff. And I don't know. I think it's the format more than anything. I mean, what they're saying isn't like ethically a problem. Of course, it makes sense, and like nothing they're saying is wrong. It's
Everybody
just,
ready to do what
it's
needs
just
to
a
be done?
charlatan, dude.
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dan is still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
Like, I'm not saying I want it to just be nonstop, like, we don't talk about anything, we just bust to the next point, but there's something to be said about it. I just feel like, oh, it's like slow pacing isn't a problem either. I like slow burn. I think it's fine. I think it's like, it's not that it's slow paced, it's that there's just so much, just nothing. Like, you could just remove so many of these conversations or rework them into something just way more concise, or I don't know. We'll see as we go. I'm repeating myself
What
a
are your
lot
thoughts, Alphen?
all day
I want to
today.
know what's on your mind, too.
Which is funny because that's what I'm complaining about, right? Them saying the same thing in slightly different ways.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take
I mean, even this shit. I mean, how many times have we had to go talk to everybody, then a final pan, epic music, as Alphen gives us the final speech after we repeat what we've already said 20,000 times, then he repeats it all in like a bigger, more motivating way, and it's just like, ugh. It's just weird. I don't know if dry is even the word for it. Because if you took just one of these, right? Just one, in a nutshell, just took one of these conversations, they would be totally fine. But it's that it's the same thing, the same way for like 60 plus hours. I guess we're at 50 something now. I'm expecting to go to 60, 70. Like, I'm interested in the story still. I don't hate the characters. It's just
our home, but all of existence along with it.
It's almost like, I don't want to say padding. It almost feels like padding, but it's not. Definitely not the goal is padding.
One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
It's like, do they need to re-explain it a bunch for me? Like, I'm 5? I think it's just the way the writers tick, man. They're very wordy. They like not like purple prose type of shit. Not like, they're using a bunch of colorful language. It's just very, they reiterate, recontextualize, kind of like form the same things over and over from everybody's mouth. And that's supposed to be kind of like, you hearing it from everybody. That's supposed to be the character development. It helps you understand what makes them tick more. And like, to a certain extent, sure. But I don't think just throwing just tons of dialogue is the only, like, the more dialogue, the more I understand the characters, the more fleshed out they feel. I feel like there's quality character building, right? Like, it's not just the amount, it's like, what are you showing? How are they developing? What are we learning about them? What interactions we have between people? How are they dealing with certain subject matter? It's like, it's not just them saying stuff or saying stuff anybody's saying or saying what you're thinking. Like you're making the characters up. I feel like they have to have like a point, man. Every conversation even the smallest of like slice of life things has to have some kind of like greater point, or just don't bother having it. It's just a pace killer then. I mean, maybe the point is just to relax a moment with them. Maybe they don't have like a big thing that happens, but even that is something, right? Like, what is the point of a lot of these? Like, where we just say the same thing over and over in the same, I almost want to say pretentious, preachy way. Like, what are we learning? What have we not seen? I know what's going on. I know what they're thinking. I know why they want to do things. There's nothing, but we're still getting it anyway.
You're saying there's a chance?
I'm talking on my ass, but I'm trying to like figure out like why do I not give a fuck?
You're referring to the vision
when we're
of
individually
destruction
talking to these people.
Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah.
When like 20 hours ago,
the astral energy that
all
appeared
in,
at the
right?
spirit channeling ceremony
Well,
showed.
I keep fucking pausing. Even 20, 30 hours ago. Even in the very, I think, as soon as we got into the second Lord place, I was even saying that it gets a little too heavy-handed on the amount of preachy stoicism and shit, and mentor kind of vibes. But really, I guess it has been that way the whole time. I think it's just really starting to wear thin. The butter being spread too
To hear
thin.
Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena.
Yeah. Okay, so here's another thing. I don't know. Maybe they thought they had so much going on in the game that they have to bring back up all the old points, all the things we've learned to make sure we're keeping up. That is kind of like an explain it like I'm 5 thing. I got it. Yes, I was like, we know that. We know most of this shit. But bringing these things up isn't a problem in its own right. It's that they just do it too much.
And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Like, I like them trying to figure out the mysteries and grappling with, like, the specifics and making theories. But when it comes to the emotional
If these
stuff,
thorns
it gets...
really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm
it's
going to
too
go over
overkill.
there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Oops, I skipped that other dialogue. I didn't think they were going to talk right away.
So
I
if
should
the
learn by
Sovereign
now they
and
will.
Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Also, they do kind of set a precedent when it comes to gameplay pacing, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I'm fine with games that are just, you know, all story or things that need a little bit more time just for the story. But while this game has been mostly story, you know, there's still quite a bit of gameplay, right? There's still a lot of times where, you know, there'll be an hour cutscenes, but then a couple hours gameplay, or, you know, you're not gonna go terribly long without any, but this has been a huge stretch, so it kind of sets like a precedent. I feel like that when they kind of go against that, you're kind of like, fuck, you know, and you want to get back to playing some of the gameplay. It's part of what you're enjoying. There's things maybe you want to do. I think that's part of it. I don't think that's a huge deal, but it is. I think the writing's a bigger problem, but like that kind of pacing and when you put in your gameplay. You know, when do you have a dungeon instead of just having a cutscene? Kind of like shit, like. You know, because if they just wanted to tell a story, like they wouldn't have gameplay. It's like the gameplay is important. You know, I've been streaming 6 hours, and I think we've actually like ran around and like fought and stuff for like 40 minutes. In the last probably 8 hours of gameplay total. I don't think the quality of that 6+ hours of story is that good. It justified itself just all on its own there. Oh, we need to go to Central. I mean, you think something to big scale like this, like we're going to like, is the satellite, we're going to different planets. Like, I mean, it's cool. That kind of stuff's interesting. The scale's big. It's like a, you know, there's some spectacle to it. You know, the mystery, like what's going on. You're figuring out all this stuff that they've kind of been building up towards for a while. But yeah, I mean, they really bring it down to some of the dry character moments, man. Or wordy. Maybe not dry. A little too juicy.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden
Why say
belongs
that?
to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive
pointless.
itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis...
Raining. Quick rain? Need to change something. Alright, keep pausing it.
Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person?
How many people are at this point? 17.7%.
I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Rena's armor really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to
I
be
do
another
choose
way,
to
right?
watch these kids too, but it's a big
Shion's
part of the
Fire
game. It's a
Master
massive
Core
part of
was able to
Tales.
suppress astral energy.
There's Tales
to
games like
prevent it from
Berseria that I think the only reason even worth playing that is for the kids. So I'm not gonna skip any. It just happens to be that a lot of them emphasize the issues I have with some of the dialogue in this.
Gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of
Or
that
they
somehow?
I'm not
feed
sure.
into the issue,
In
I
small
guess.
doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Oh, what are we looking at? Rest.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start.
When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
They're gonna not ship these two? I'm gonna be fucking salty if they build that up and it just goes nowhere. Or this one. It's just gonna be all Flim and fucking
Was there
Shion,
something
dude.
you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle.
Say it.
So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Hevrick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now.
Big sheets
Who
of
I've
rain.
become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
That's it.
No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Okay, if they don't fucking get together either by the end of this, I'm fucking having a fucking shit show, man. Like, come on,
You sure
man.
you don't want to get some rest?
What's with all the fucking cockblock, man? What, everybody has to fucking say they're lovey-dovey at the very end, man? Fucking stupid-ass climax. What about fucking, like... Is there not as many stories that don't have it, like, partway through? I know, I get it's supposed to be the big ultimate thing, right? Like, what's wrong with showing people romantically into each other earlier than living that out a bit for the last dungeon? I mean, geez.
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing
Round
how
3,
close our
here we
last
go.
battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Most boring girl.
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. At least they pretty much said it. Thanks for telling me they're not gonna fucking smooch, man. No, we can't see this.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship.
Jesus.
You can now make use of its warp
I need to
drive.
save my own fucking
Warp drive?
power's gonna go.
Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are KDkill after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the KDkill go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
Doe.
What?
Fucking big doe.
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
Epic.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand.
The power of friendship.
All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.